Alan, hello, good afternoon, how you doing? Just going to check the sound. Everything seems to be working, which is what we want. Oh, excuse me. That's good. So we've got two Jet 2 737s that have just pushed back. One's going out to Mahon and the other going out to Ibiza. We've got an RVL, no we haven't, we've got a Specsavers Aviation King Air taxiing down to 27. And we've got an RVL Aviation King Air on short finals. Sarah, hello, how you doing? Nice to see you. We do have a really nice DHL A300 in at the moment, which has been in for a good few hours already. Came in from Leipzig and it's due to go to Stuttgart at 5 to 6 this evening. That's due to depart to Stuttgart. We've got a few 777s inbound and the 74. Well, hopefully we'll get a few more on Sarah as the time ticks away. I only managed to sort out the software issues this morning. Liam, hello, member for 14 months. Liam, thank you for your continued support. Very, very much appreciated. Thanks for that. It's nice to be able to stream. I don't know if anybody saw our post from when we were at Manchester last week, well, a few days ago. We had real bad trouble connecting to YouTube. There was something wrong with the software. this wire out because that's shoots me anyway. Right, so that wire can't go there because that's restricting. Right, that can go there. Right, that's fine. So I'm hoping that I might have dodged some of the weather that was here this afternoon. I have got the umbrella up though, in case we do get caught. So Jack's not with me today. Jack's at work at 6 o'clock. Hopefully in a few hours we'll see the ramp, the DHR ramp, filled up nicely with them triples. We've got a 7.6 coming down from Reykjavik. We should have the 7.5 from Aberdeen. Now it's starting to get darker early now. The nights are starting to draw in, which isn't great. The umbrella up, but I might actually put it down for a minute because just bear with me. Actually, you know what? Move it a little bit. There we go. So I'm just under the umbrella. I want to try and catch some of the departure at least. I'll just move the camera out. There we go. Right, so this is the first. Yep, that's me, Sarah. The first of the two Jet 2s. This one's going out to Mahon. We do have a nice damp runway. Right, so the next Jet 273 lined up is going to Ibiza. Cheers, Chris, thank you for that. Yeah, it was an absolute nightmare, mate. Absolute nightmare. Right, Lisa, back up and running, Jack. We've got a couple of 2Es pinged up. One's, I think, it's just about to taxi, which will be going out to Larnaca, and then behind that will be, what's the first one? The first one, they're both 737 MAX 8s. As I said, the first one Larnaca, and the second one will be to Dalaman. There's a Duke stream going on. Okay, let me have a look. Content. Type. I'll just have a check on YouTube Studio while I wait for these 2Es to taxi out. What's that on the approach? Is it a... Oh, we've got a Ryanair Max 8200 coming in from Girona. That's on finals. can see the One Air 747 down the bottom end there that came in this morning. I think that's due out this evening, about 8 o'clock, I think. Not 100%. Lofty 74. Oh, right, okay. Oh, I hope whoever needed the help is okay. That's the first one. The Dalaman is just coming in, coming out behind. So if anybody likes your fast jets, your military stuff. So yesterday I took a little trip down to Lakenheath and Mildenhall with one of my close friends. Obviously we couldn't stream because of obvious reasons with the software, but we find it difficult streaming there anyway because we can't really see over the fence. It's a bit difficult. So I just popped down there, just got some video with my phone, which wasn't too bad. And then last night I put a video together. So if you're interested in your military stuff, just go onto the video section on the channel and there'll be a video there. It's about 9 minutes long, is it 10 minutes long? Some F-15, F-35 action at Lakenheath, and then we went over to Mildenhall in the afternoon and caught a KC-135 doing some circuits as it returned to base. Did 4 or 5 go-around circuits, and then we had a C-130 as well go out and then come back and do a couple of circuits. And we were fortunate enough to get an Osprey go out, but I think it had a few issues. It was the first one. One of the Ospreys on the video was the first one they took out, and then they did a quick circuit, came back, landed, and then they transferred themselves into another aircraft. And I think that had problems as well because they got up, but they didn't do it. They were planning to do training, like circuit training, but that never happened. But we got it to see it fly, a couple of them anyway. But so if you're interested in your military stuff, go check out that video. Like I said, trying to shoot through the fence, the chain link fence with an iPhone, when it keeps flicking the cameras to digital and because of the macro and all that, it was absolutely a nightmare to be honest. So it's worth a watch. There's some good stuff. It's quite busy. Obviously, a lot of the F-15s are still overseas, but we did manage to see the newly painted F-15, the camo F-15. So the Larnaca 2E Max 8 lined up first. There we are. I'm just going to move over a little bit because I've got the umbrella sort of wrapped up behind me, and when I pan round, I'll have the umbrella in the way. So well, you'll probably see it anyway. Well, I think I need to adjust something, bear with. I need to adjust this. Make it a little bit looser. That up. Just made a few adjustments to the tripod. I'll see what that's like on the next departure. So the 2E at the bottom's holding. We have got an arrival. It's just something small, I think. What is it? Yeah, it's Embraer Phenom 300. Up from Biggin Hill. Is that level? No, it's not, is it? Let's try that. Oh, is there anything else coming in behind that? Let's have a look. Oh, whatever that wasn't on radar. I've confused myself. So now is the Embraer Phenom coming from Biggin Hill. That's on the approach now. I'm not sure what that was that landed then. We've got the Vulcanair P68 Victor of the Police, the N-Pass. That's taxiing out for departure as well. Right, so this is the Phenom. Chris, I don't, to be honest with you. I haven't seen one here yet. Let me see if I can find out for you. There must be a dedicated parking spot for it, I think. Let's see if I can find out. When did the last one depart or arrive? Let's have a look. Akrotiri, isn't it? There we go, right, so we just check this registration. So GVYGK. So GVYGK. on that. Nottingham to Ascension Islands playback. Let's see where it parked. So it actually parked down the bottom where the 1Air 74 is parked, but not in that corner parking spot. So they're parking them down the bottom there. So where the 1Air is in the corner, it's like 3 stands up towards us. Is where the other one that left. Was it yesterday? 16th of August. That's where that parked. Here's the NPAS P68 Victor. So now the 2E, the Dalaman is lined up. See, I thought they were parking up this end on one of the remotes, but obviously not. Right, so the first DHL aircraft we're going to see is going to be the 767 from New York. It's over Northern Ireland at the moment, almost south of Belfast, so that's not very far away at all. We've got two 777s from Cincinnati as well. They're almost next to each other, to be honest. I think they took off within about 10 minutes of each other out of Cincinnati. The first one is operated by Kalita Air, which has got a nice livery on it. I haven't seen this one before. Oops. It's got the Health Logistics livery. So this is N774CK. And then literally behind it, we've got another 777. I'll say again, as I said, from Cincinnati. This one's DHMC. DHL aircraft, that one. And then we've got behind that, I know the UPS was up as well. That's not on flight radar. The usual 767. Then we've got where's it gone? The 747-400 of 1Air, the ER bag coming in from Dubai or Central, so that's inbound as well. That's over Albania. About 7:45 for that one. It's not too bad though. I was going to say, you've been here all night?
Yeah.
Blimey. I bet it was. Hey, what? Fair play. Have a safe ride home. Oh, yeah, alright, fair enough. See you, mate. So when I got here, there was a... behind the fence, if anyone knows East Smiths, sort of where I'm standing, obviously, got the fence behind us. And there's a tent in there. This guy camped out overnight here. In the pouring rain. Fair play. Richard Dowd, good afternoon, how you doing? Yep, lots of parcels inbound, Richard, mate, yeah. I've never seen them send 2 aircraft from Cincinnati, like literally within like minutes of each other. I don't remember it last year, maybe it was, I don't know. Maybe they're ramping up. You know, because it's almost the end of August. It'll be in September, and then Christmas will be before you know it. I'll see if we've got any departures due out. We've got a Ryanair going to Venice, which is delayed. We've got a Ryanair to Malaga, which has still got to go out. We've got a TUI going out to Palma. That's a little bit delayed. Oh, what's that above me? Sounds fast. Then we've got the A300 going to Stuttgart just before 6 o'clock. According to flight radar, obviously. Oh yeah, the 74 to Ezu. G-Unit. How many 74s we got down there? I can only see one. Unless that's filed for the wrong G. Let me just have a look which 74 came in. Oh, is that a full respray now? Yeah, G Uniform November Echo Tango. That's the one that's in at the moment. That used to have a red tail. So is that had a paint job, has it? Oh, that's cool. Obviously must have done. That's due about 8 o'clock. We've got ER bag inbound from Dubai. Blue Lion, how you doing? Yeah, this is East Midlands. This is the cargo hub for DHL. That's the DHL ramp there, as you can see, quite big. Get quite a lot of planes on there, and we have seen it full on many occasions. As I said, we've got an A300 in at the moment, which is supposed to be departing to Stuttgart. Oh, there we go. Look, looks like they're getting. I think it's probably loaded already because it's due out at 5 to 6. So I presume it's loaded already. Well, they kind of do that, don't they? They get them in, unload them, and then reload them ready, and then obviously when the pilots arrive, then they get in and off they go. So this is almost 27 years old, this Airbus A300. Originally in March of 2000, it was flying for the Japan Air System, JAS. And then in 2004 went to Japan Airlines domestic, so just smashing out the domestic routes in Japan. You can imagine being absolutely rammed every flight. And then 2006 officially went to Japan Airlines. And then in 2012 went to Maximus Air Cargo. And then in 2013, EAT in Leipzig got hold of it. And that was December 2013, and she's been flying with DHL colours with EAT ever since. Well, Richard, it depends if they've got a flying loadmaster. If I don't know how DHL work, but obviously you've got, it's only going to Stuttgart, so this will just have a first officer and a captain. They may be, you know, they might take crew to Stuttgart, you never know if anyone's riding along. But if they've got a flying loadmaster, then obviously the loadmaster will go as well, but probably not, because I'm sure DHL will have people at Stuttgart who'll be able to do all the loadmaster and stuff. So probably just two, to be honest with you, unless anybody else is riding along. I wouldn't have thought they'd have a mechanic on board, an engineer. Not if it's only going to Stuttgart, because they'd have their own engineers out there. So probably, I would probably say two people, to be honest with you. But for longer cargo flights, you know, my friend of mine, he works for Kalita, and he flies the triple as a loadmaster, the triple and the 747s, and it's obviously usually him, the FO, the captain. They'll have probably a relief pilot as well, and they usually take, so he'll do all the load mastering, so he'll do the loading and unloading of the cargo, making sure everything's secured down, and then they'll usually take a mechanic as well. Kalita usually like to have a mechanic on board, obviously for any issues. But that, you know, that was it that Atlas that went from Prestwick all the way to, was it Melbourne a few weeks back? That was like some crazy flights, so they've got a lot of crew on that, I'm sure. But I don't know if you've ever seen any photos on Google of the seating area on a 777 freighter for anybody that's sort of like, we call them Klingons. Anybody that's going with the aircraft, like a mechanic, that, you know, they usually have like club seats in them, like business class seats. So you've got reclining seats and stuff, which are quite nice, but there's not a lot of room. Not a lot of room at all. Not like the 747, you know, upper deck is going to be, you know, the whole upper deck will be for like the relief crew, the loadmaster, the engineer, so there's a lot more room. That'll be kitted out with business class seats or club seats from probably when it was, if it was a converted passenger aircraft, they'd have probably kept them seats in the upper deck. If it's just a straight cargo aircraft, so it came out of the factory as cargo, then I'm sure there'd be like club or business class seats upstairs. And the 747, I think my friend, he prefers the 747, but for the room and everything, yeah, it's not. 777's not great. But obviously you have got two seats, I think, in the cockpit behind the captain in the FO for anybody that wants to sit in there. Then you've got, I think it's 4 seats or 5 seats in a little galley area at the front of the aircraft. So it'll have the same sort of galley, kind of in a different configuration as like a normal 777. It'll have an oven and a kettle or a coffee maker, and you know, places to store the meals and stuff like that. But only on a you know, a downgraded scale, because there's not many people going to be flying. Brian, hello, nice viewing from Jersey, very nice. But yeah, if you were my friend, I don't think he sits in the cockpit too often. He sends me some videos from time to time. I do like looking where he's been and where he's going. He flew out of here a few weeks ago when the Kalita came in from Cincinnati. He jumped on it and went to Brussels from here, and then he went from Brussels then back to the States. I think he went back to Cincinnati, and then from there he's stationed in Narita at the moment, working for Kalita on the ground at Narita. Absolutely fantastic job, that. Something that would be right up my street. Oh yeah, the Farnborough, yeah, the DHL had their 777. No, that was the one that was painted, wasn't it? That came from Manchester. Was it painted in Manchester or converted at Manchester by STS? I think that was the one they took to Farnborough, wasn't it? But yeah, you can, you know, when they land at Birmingham, we had a Silkway came in, well, they're coming all the time, pretty much. Well, when the 777s used to come in, they send their 74 at the moment, don't they? But when one of the Kalita 777s came in, me and one of the guys went over and had a bit of a nosy round, and we went up on board. We took some videos of it when it was landing into Birmingham, and obviously we went into the, we asked if we can go into the cockpit, and the pilot was in there and the FO was in there, and then we were telling them that we just recorded them landing, and they wanted to see the videos and get the videos sent over to them, because they love everything like that. Anybody that videos them or gets pictures, they love to see it. And we got to sit in the, we got to walk the cargo deck, the main cargo deck. Obviously there was nothing in it, it had been emptied out by then. Obviously I've been on them quite a few times, working in cargo myself for like 20 odd years. But the guy I was with, who I was working with, you know, at the time, because you know we work at the airport, he'd never been on a 777, so we took him over, and really accommodating crew and loadmaster. So yeah. But if you ever get the chance, if you're at an air show and there's a 777 freighter, get on it, have a look. Now, the 777-300 converted freighters, they're like something else. You think one of these is long, when you get on board and it's empty, and you look down at the empty fuselage, and you're like, wow, that's huge. But imagine a 777-300. How long that is. Obviously there's a video online of that unfortunately, that Kalita 300 that did the tail strike on the go around. I can't think where that was. Was that Cincinnati? I can't remember. And he did a go around, and obviously when you're not used to flying these 300s, you've been flying 200s for a while, you forget how long the fuselage is. So yeah, it was a nasty tail scrape that had. Oh, that's right, yeah, Mammoth Freighter. I remember something about Mammoth Freighter being involved. But also a little snippet for you. So my friend, I can't mostly mention his name, so obviously he's a loadmaster for Kalita, and he's telling me he was working on a 777-300, and when they unload the rear lower cargo hold, they have to shut the main cargo door on the main deck because of the fuselage twists. So to keep the integrity of the fuselage, before they can unload the rear lower cargo hold, they have to shut the main deck door to keep the integrity of the fuselage, so it's rigid. That's madness. Madness. So it looks like they're positioning the tug ready to go. Zoom in a little bit more. So obviously the person to the left of the tug just sort of standing there. I presume that's going to be the headset person. So obviously you've got the tug driver and the headset person. Some of you might have heard me talk about this before, but on a pushback, the headset person is connected to the aircraft. But whether they use Bluetooth, DHL, I don't know, or just wired. So they're connected to the aircraft, and they'll be talking to the captain. So once the captain gets the okay from ATC to do the pushback, the headset person then will relay that to the tug driver with a brakes off signal. So basically you a clenched fist, and then you open your fist to say to the tug driver that the brakes are off. That's what we do anyway. And then they'll commence the push. And obviously the headset person is basically, well, for us anyway, you're sort of in charge of the pushback. So you need to make sure everything's clear behind, there's no obstructions. Obviously when you go to start the engines, there's no FOD on the floor, which is obviously foreign object debris. Airports do not like FOD. Anything, so there you go, it's connected to the wire. I thought it might have been Bluetooth, but they're not. So we'll just wait for our beacons to just come on. There we go. So obviously he's had authorization from ATC to push back, so beacons on. Now this kind of pushback tug, so what it does, it wraps around the nose gear and then it lifts the nose gear off the floor. And what they'll have to do is they'll have to put what's called a bypass pin into the nose gear assembly, which takes the steering away from the pilots upstairs. Basically, if the pilots were to move the control stick or the steering column, that's not a good thing. So what the bypass pin does, it completely takes away any allowed movement from the cockpit for the nose gear. It just breaks the connection pretty much. So there we go, nice easy pushback. So then once they get off the stand a little bit, they'll give the pilot the okay to start the engines, and obviously look at the spinners, you'll see one of them going. Kevin, Barry Coleman, greetings, how you doing mate, nice to see you. So watch the spinner on one of them, whether they're going to start one first or two first. So the tug driver's just checking behind him, going to push him out onto the yellow line. Now the yellow line is pretty much a guide anyway. You haven't got to be bang on. But that's what he's aiming for. He's aiming to get the two main gears sort of in the middle. A good even space with the yellow line right down the middle of the fuselage, and then the nose gear. There you go. So we started engine number 2 first, as you can see. Just hear it in the distance, so it's a bit windy. So a nice slow push, nice and safe, that's what we want. There's no point going mad. So we don't use these type of tugs in Birmingham. They're actually not allowed on site because they're so big. I know Swissport had a couple, and the airport didn't allow them to come on because the roads around the airport aren't that big. So we just use the standard tug with a bar at the front. So obviously once engine 2 started, then the headset person will give the captain permission to start engine 1. And just like what we do in Birmingham, the captain will always ask permission to start the engines, and obviously if there's an issue or whatever, so that you probably can't, can you see it? I'm just going to zoom in a little bit more. So as you can see under the tug light, you can't see the nose gear's lifted off. You can't see the nose gear, so you'll see it drop down. Right, so now it's come to a stop. The headset person will tell the captain to apply the parking brake, and then he'll give the tug driver the signal of clenched fist to say that the aircraft parking brake is set. And then if you look between the wheels and the tug, you should see the nose gear slowly come down and touch the floor. So not quite. There we go, look, see? So that's the nose gear now. And then what it'll do, it'll release the clamps. So it's clamped to the actual wheel itself, both wheels. It'll release the clamps, and then it'll open the door at the back, and then the tug will drive away. I'd like to have a go in one of these tugs, to be honest with you. So there you go. So the doors at the back have opened, it'll drive away. Then the headset person, as you can see there, will take the bypass pin out of the nose gear assembly, which will then give full control to turn the nose gear back to the captain upstairs. And then once the captain confirms that he's got 2 good starts, and he can disconnect, so that he's walking away now. So he's got the bypass pin in his hand, he's got the headset in his hand as well, all coiled up, and then he should turn around any second and show him the bypass pin. There you go. So the captain's looking to make sure the bypass pin's been taken out, because otherwise he won't be able to steer the aircraft. So that's confirmation from the headset person there that the bypass pin's been taken out and that the aircraft is good to go. So all they need to do then is get the okay from ATC for taxi, and off he goes. Yeah, they've got so much. Some of these tugs, you know, Swissport of Birmingham have got an absolutely huge tug. Obviously, they use it to push the A380 out, but some of the tugs are massive. Do you know the film Aliens? I think it was the first. It was the second one, wasn't it? When they go back, and they're all in that truck which bashes through the building in Aliens. That's an old airport tug, that is. That they painted green and put all things on it to make it look like some sort of futuristic truck. But that's an old airport tug. Let me just put that down a minute. I think the tripod's not quite straight. Alright, so now I'll taxi down to 27. Kevin, yeah, that's exactly the same for passenger aircraft. What he's just done there is exactly the same, regardless whether it's passenger aircraft or cargo aircraft. If obviously they're using a pushback tug. Some I've seen don't require a headset person, because on some of these tugs you can actually be the headset person and do the pushback. So you sit in the tug and you're connected through the Bluetooth or the wire, however. I think KLM do it, I'm not sure. But yeah, 9 times out of 10, that's exactly the same process that's followed. Yeah, Richard, that truck in Allen, yeah, an old pushpad truck there. I think I saw a documentary on it of what it used to look like. Where I saw it, I don't remember, but I remember seeing something and I was like, because it looked familiar with the big wheels and how low it was. Must have been an old 747 tug or something. Now, obviously, some stands don't require a pushback tug or a headset person because they're self-manoeuvring. Where you can just do hand signals. You can use obviously a headset person if you want to talk to the captain and tell him you can start engines. But sometimes, like little GA aircraft, a little private jet aircraft, they don't have anybody that usually hooks up to them with a wire. It's all hand signals. So obviously in the airline, in the airport industry, everything's hand signals. So there's a hand signal for starting the engine, there's a hand signal for connecting the electrical power and disconnecting electrical power, and everybody sort of knows what you're doing, or they should do anyway, or what you're asking them or what you're telling them, whether you've connected the ground power or you want to take the ground power out, whether you can disconnect or connect the tug, things like that. And obviously you need to know all these things as well. So as I said, this A300 is going off to Stuttgart. Let me just have a look where that other DHL aircraft is. That can't be far away now. Here we go. It's just north of Ashbourne. The one in from New York. 13 years old, 767. What's that? 5 hours and 57 minutes ago it took off from New York. It's over Ashbourne already. Approaching Little Eaton, just north of Derby. Whilst we are on 27s. Richard, how long have I worked at the airport? Well, all my working career, which is a long time, Richard. I started when I left school in 1990. Well, when I was in school, I did what used to be called, remember the old YTS scheme, the youth training scheme? When I was 16, sorry, when I left school at 16, I did my YTS scheme, 2-year training scheme at British Airways Cargo at Birmingham. And I did that for 2 years. And unfortunately, after the 2 years, usually after the 2 years, you got a job. That's what the whole point of doing the YTS course was. And so I learned all about cargo, all the different departments, the warehouse, the office, doing the paperwork, doing the customs clearances, taking reservations, booking diamonds and animals all over the world. So I worked in different departments, got a good knowledge. To be honest with you, the people at BA, you know, I got a lot to thank them for, because they taught me right. And then I did that, and then unfortunately after the 2 years, so that would have been what? I left school in 90, so that would have been 92. BA had a freeze on recruitment just as I was going to be, slave labour scheme, yeah, I remember them. But I loved it, mate, because my dad worked for BA, he was there. So my dad worked in the warehouse for BA Cargo, so I knew all the guys that worked there anyway. I knew everybody that worked there, because I used to go in at weekends with my dad, you know, when security wasn't a thing and health and safety wasn't a thing. I used to go in on Saturdays and Sundays with my dad, and he just, you know, used to let me drive the forklift around. And I'd use the ULD, the big ULD system they had to like bring pallets and bring bins and stuff like that. Just let me go off and do it. So I knew everybody that worked there. So after the 2 years, unfortunately, there was a freeze on recruitment, so they couldn't take me on. But luckily for me, a new cargo company had just started. So BA Cargo was the only cargo shed at Birmingham Airport at the time. So everybody had to use them. There was no competition or anything. But just as I left, a new cargo warehouse was opening up. And the company, you probably never heard of it, it's been long gone now. The company was called Elmden Cargo Handling, and they had offices in London. They had warehouses at Heathrow Airport, and they wanted to branch out. So I'd learned all about air cargo in the 2 years at BA, and then I went and worked for this Elmden Cargo Handling. Let me get this, and I'll bore you a little bit more. Oh, look at all that. Nice. Nice, got a love an older A300, haven't you? So yeah, I did, as I said, 2 years at British Airways, learnt everything about the cargo industry. And that's what I wanted to do with my life. So then when I worked for this new company that started up, and I was with them for just shy of 20 years. And he went through a few different companies. He went to, do you know the gases people, BOC? You've probably seen the trucks on the roadways, BOC gases. There we go, into the close. So they wanted to get into the aviation world, so they bought us out. So then it became BOC Cargo for a couple of years, and then we had the big boys, Menzies, you know, the people that used to have the shops at the train stations. And the news agents and that. Menzies Aviation was created, and they were in London, and they bought us out. So I think must have been about 15 years with Menzies, but then the other companies before. So I worked in cargo for like nigh on 20 odd years. And then unfortunately, they decided to close the cargo shed after 20 years in Birmingham. Got a couple of departures. These are the ones I was talking about earlier on. But thankfully, Menzies Aviation wanted to work on the ramp. They wanted to start ramp handling at Birmingham Airport. So as I left Menzies, I took redundancy at Menzies Cargo and then started working for Menzies Aviation on the ramp at Birmingham. So we handled for Flybe at the start, doing all the dashes, doing the Embraer 175s, 195s, doing the 146s. We saw a few of them come in. We had some lease aircraft come in, some Saabs and stuff. And Menzies' plan was if they didn't sort it out in 3 years, they had a master plan. Like after 3 years, if it didn't quite work out, and they were going to pull the plug. So I started work on the ramp, got all my ramp knowledge. So I'd been in cargo for 20 plus years. So it was, you know, on a weekend when it wasn't busy, I always used to look out. We always used to sit at the back of the cargo shed and look over at the passenger terminal and think, oh, I'd love to go and work over there. And you know, I was always envious of people working on the ramp, because it was like you get to work with, you know, we got to work with some of the planes every now and then. We used to have a freighter come in or something. But I always wanted to work on the passenger side, right around the aircraft. So then, obviously, when Menzies Cargo, you know, wrapped up, it was only obvious to try and get a job with Menzies Aviation. And obviously, you know, they were looking for people, so I got there. We started handling for Flybe, like I said. I think I was there for about 18 months, and then an opportunity came up, which I couldn't knock back, because I've been trying for a number of years to go and work out in the Middle East, in cargo. So I was very fortunate to be given a contract to go and work out in the Middle East. And I worked out in Afghanistan for 18 months as a contractor, helping to load 747s, load and unload 747s, load and unload Antonov 124s, IL-76s, you know, things like that. 747s all the time, every day, 2 or 3 times a day, 747s, IL-76s, 3 or 4 times a day, from like Baku and Dubai World Central. So obviously everything I'd learned working at Birmingham in cargo stood me well. So I managed to get this job over in Afghan. And then after 18 months or so, my kids were only little, and obviously being away, I'd go out there for 3 months at a time, and I'd then come home for 3 weeks, and then go back out for 3 months, and then home for 3 weeks. And you know, difficult leaving the family. Obviously my kids were only little at the time, and obviously leaving my wife and that. But I did it because it was for them. You know, we earned good money out of it. And after about 18 months, obviously the war in Afghan was sort of drawing down, so our job was to put all the equipment that the US military used back, like Humvees and vehicles, and howitzer guns and all that kind of stuff, mine rollers that went on the front of these big mine-resistant ambush protection vehicles, MRAPs. So that our job on behalf of the US Air Force was to send all this equipment back to the States. Get the sound on this. Still very wet, isn't it, the runway? I love that. So that was at Kandahar Air Base, Richard. That's where I was based. It was a NATO base. So there was all different forces there. US, the Brits were there, the Spanish, the Finnish, the Slovaks. It was, you know, a big mixture because it was a NATO base. A big mixture. Whereas Kabul, the air base at Bagram, that was more American military. And then you got Camp Bastion, which was like American and British. That was the big British base, Camp Bastion, wasn't it? But Kandahar was the NATO base, so it had a big mixture of all different countries. And they had, you know, so we had, you know, you can imagine all the big stuff, the Antonov 124s in all the time, 747s, like the amount of 747s I've seen is unbelievable. IL-76s, like I said, and we used to put vehicles on them, sending them back, and they used to go to Dubai World Central, or they'd go to Baku, and then they'd all go on a ship, and the ship would sail to the States, and they'd all go on a train. I don't know if you've ever seen these trains in the States that have got like vehicles on, like miles and miles and miles long. So here's a 76 from New York, and they'd, so each military base would, look at this, got a little bit of wind there, nice. So each military base in the States would provide equipment to the war, and obviously when the equipment returned, you had to go back to the place it came from. So, oh yes, look at that. So that was basically my job in Afghan, just returning, while building aircraft pallets, loading and unloading, you know, as a private contractor, doing the paperwork and stuff like that. And then, because it was sort of slowing down, I came home one time, and Menzies on the ramp were just about to take on the Monarch contract, and they needed people. So as I was boarding my KLM flight, almost boarding my KLM flight to come back to Afghanistan, I used to fly into Amsterdam and into Dubai, and then get a little 737 into Afghan. I saw a couple of the managers that worked for Menzies, and I was like, oh, you know, they asked me if I wanted to come back, and they said, oh yeah, we're taking on the Monarch contract, we need people. And I was like, yeah, you know, I've earned a bit of money, you know, my wife was finding it a little bit difficult with the kids, and I thought, yeah, I'll come home. Lovely 76. So after 18 months or just over, I ended it over there, came home, went back to work for Menzies on the ramp, where we still handled for Flybeat, and we had the Monarch contract, and we also had United. We used to handle United 75 as well. And then when Menzies Aviation, they packed up, they did their 3-year thing, and it didn't quite work out for them, so they packed up. And then obviously it went back to Swissport. Swissport started handling everything, and I didn't really want to work for Swissport. So a lot of people started working for the Jaguar Land Rover in Solihull. So I applied for that, went to work for Jaguar Land Rover at Solihull, building Range Rovers and the F-Pace. Did that for 3 years. How I did it for 3 years, I'll never know. Hated every minute of it, but the money was good. Working on the track, not for me. And then, obviously, the airline that I work for now, they were starting up. Here we go. This is the other Ryanair. So yeah, so they were starting up, new airline at Birmingham. I think they've been there like March, and then I ended up joining in the May. And I've been there for what, 8 years, over 8 years now, working on the ramp. Oh, the summer was awful, Richard. Like 115 degrees, so hot. But it wasn't like, I used to transit through Dubai all the time, and I was lucky enough to stay in Dubai a few times. It was like, obviously Dubai is right next to the sea, so you've got that humidity heat, haven't you? So like you walk outside and you're instantly wet, aren't you? Because you're sweating so bad. Well, over there it was a dry heat because we're in the desert. So it was basically like having a when it was a little bit windy, having a hairdryer on you all day long when you're outside, so hot. But I acclimatised to it quite well, which wasn't too bad. But yeah, it was so hot. And we used to have like sandstorms, were blowing over the base. You couldn't see like a couple of feet in front of you. We used to have, when it rained torrential, where everything flooded. In our compound, we had I think it was like a 4 or 5 foot wall all the way around it, with steps going up and over, because the place used to flood. So they had to build a wall. But yeah, it was. And I look back at that and I think, what a wicked time. You know, after 18 months, I'd sort of had enough a little bit. But what a wicked career, being out there, seeing stuff that a lot of people wouldn't be able to see. Like, you know, imagine working on that ramp over there at DHL, doing a 777, and then behind you on the runway, you've got F-15s taking off like every 20 minutes. You've got Typhoons going off. You've got Apache helicopters going off. You know, you've got Black Hawks and Pave Hawks and everything going off. It's just absolutely mental place to be. You know, just being there for the first like month, it was just like, you know, jaw-dropping, the things I saw. But being, you know, being out there and having the opportunity to work out there was amazing. You know, if anybody ever gets an opportunity, if you're still young, to go and work abroad, do it. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. And so I did that for 18 months. But yeah, now back at Birmingham. Obviously, a lot of people know who I work for. I've said it loads of times. But yeah, over eight years now. I think it's 8.5. I think it was 8 years in May, so almost 8.5 years. But I wish I'd have gone down. So my friend, who was the loadmaster for Kalita, I talked about earlier on, he worked at Kandahar as well, so he helped me get the job, and he went and worked for, they used to handle for Kalita a lot, his company, and we did a few flights for Kalita, but theirs was like all the time. So he got to, you know, work on the aircraft a lot more and get to know the loadmasters that worked for Kalita at the time, and then obviously he went and got a job with Kalita. He's American, so it was easier for him as a you know, American company. And I wish I could have followed him, to be honest with you. I should have followed him and gone into the loadmaster world myself. I do regret that. That's one thing I do regret in my aviation career. Not being a loadmaster, because that job would. He goes all over the world. Like I say, he's based in Narita at the moment, but he's been everywhere. You know, sending me videos and pictures when he's in Anchorage. You can imagine that place, can't you? Anchorage, full of 747s and 777s, just crazy place. And he's like sending me videos, and I'm like, oh, I wish I was doing that. I was just that, but just the way it is. So yeah. But work at Birmingham and then do YouTube on the side. Gets me out of the house. It's just do something that we enjoy. You know, looking through the lens and looking through the screen is not quite as, you know, good as just looking at them, is that? You know, when you're doing YouTube, you're looking through the lens all the time. But you still, I do watch it back though. I watch most of the streams back after we've done them, just to see what it was like, and just to re-watch some of the stuff that I've basically, you know, looked through the screen at. But good evening to everybody who's joined us this evening. Very much appreciate your support. Thank you for that. We have got rid of the gremlins that we suffered in Manchester a few days ago with the stream connecting to YouTube. So this is the first time since the software fix, shall I say, that we've been able to stream. And like I said, if you're into your fast jets and into your military stuff, have a look on the video section of the channel. I went to Lakenheath and Mildenhall yesterday. Unfortunately unable to stream, but I took some videos with my iPhone, which wasn't too bad. And I put a little video together. some F-15s, F-35s departing out and coming back into Lakenheath, and then we went over to Mildenhall. Saw a C-130 and a few KC-135 Strato tankers. One was doing a few touch and goes, so that was nice. And we had an Osprey go out and come back, and then another one go out and come back. So if you're into that, have a look on the channel. It's only about 10 minutes long, I think, 9 minutes. But we will stream at Lakenheath from Mildenhall one day. Just difficult trying to see over the fence. You know, we've always said we wanted to try and get a van, but we've not been able to do it as of yet. So we can stand on the roof and get a clear, unobstructed view over the fence. It is difficult at Lakenheath from Mildenhall. So I don't know what they're going to unload first. Obviously, those who have listened to me drone on before on posts we've done on streams we've been at East Mids about how you load and unload these freighters to make sure the weight and the balance is still okay. So normally, if there's anything in the front lower cargo hold, that will stay to the end. As you can see, the door's open, just open now for the main cargo. So they should keep the lower cargo hold full, because that'll obviously put some weight in the front of the aircraft. So once they start taking out the main deck, obviously as they're taking it out, it'll start leaving some of the weight in the back, you see. So the front lower belly has to stay where it is. That'll be the last thing to take out. They could possibly take out the rear lower cargo hold. Could do that now if they wanted to, but I think they're just going to start emptying there's the split loader, as I like to call it, the high loader there, just getting placed on the front. Also, as you can see, DHL like to use these containers, because as you can see, they're already contoured to the aircraft, so they haven't got to worry about when they're building a pallet. Like, so the little thing next to it will be an aircraft pallet with what looks like to be a crate of some sort on there. Now, if they had quite a few pieces to go on that aircraft pallet, they'd have to build it to the contour of the aircraft. And if you're trying to build an aircraft pallet, you've got quite a lot of pieces. It can be a bit tricky, like playing, what was that game? The blocks, Tetris. It's like a bit of a jigsaw puzzle when you're trying to get the cargo on the pallet so it'll fit the aircraft nicely when it gets inside the aircraft. So that's why DHL mainly use these bins, you see, because they haven't got to worry about the contour of the plane because it's already done for, and they just fill the bins with all the parcels, and it's so easy to load and unload. Let's have a look on flight radar. We've got we've got a 2E737 positioning in from Manchester. That's just takeoff. No, it's just been pushed back actually. 737-800. So that'll be down shortly. Still got the police Victor, the NPAS Victor, still out at the moment. Fighting crime over Nottingham. The two 777s that have come from Cincinnati, they're both over Ireland. One's over Northern Ireland, which is the Kalita one. And then the DHL one's over Southern Ireland, just north of Shannon, that one. And then the Kalita one is just to the southwest of Belfast. So we'll have them as the UPS pinged. Oh, there you go. UPS is pinged up as well, coming over the Atlantic, due in just before 8 o'clock. So that's in early. We've got the DHL from Leipzig, the Aerologic, that's already up and on the way. That's in the, as I say, that's the white Aerologic scheme. That's here at 7:30. We've got the 747 of Aerotrans Cargo. That's just literally going over the top of Venice. So that'll be here at 7:54. And then whatever else gets up from Edinburgh, and is the 76 got up from, oh, there you go, 767 is up from Reykjavik already. That's due at 8:20. And then whatever else we can fit in before it gets really dark. Well, they're doing a bit of bird scaring out there at the moment. So you can just see the bin there on the high loader. Where the clouds going? They're going that way. Okay, right. So anything that's over the towers over there, the cooling towers, that's coming over this way. A little bit of blue cloud. Look, a little bit of blue cloud, blue sky there. That's nice. Well, so hopefully I've dodged the rain for today. Yeah, look, so that's what I said, they're taking out the cargo from the lower aft cargo hold, which will help with the weight and balance. So there's, obviously with the cargo door being on the front, that will help with the balance of the aircraft while it's on the ground. Obviously if the cargo door was on the back, like a 777, then usually they'll take it out, but obviously leave the cargo in the front, in the lower deck. And they wouldn't have much of a problem because when they're unloading from the rear anyway on a 777, a lot of the weight's already still in the front anyway. It's obviously a bit different on a 7.6 and a 7.5 because of the cargo door being on the front. Yeah, no, I think these bins, obviously you've got some big tool bins, so these will fit on a 777. I don't think these bins will fit on that Airbus there. I'm not 100% sure. We didn't really deal with bins too much when I was working in cargo. We kind of did, but not these kind of bins. Nothing this size. You can see the difference with the bin that's coming off to the bin that's on the ground there. On the so them little trailers they're on, they're called Viking trailers. Well, if they're made by Viking, of course. What, an absolute ton, just that on its own. So these tool bins there, you see, they're probably going to be for the 777. I think these ones coming off now, just a little bit smaller in height, by the looks of things. Yeah, you can see that the straight edge is a lot shorter. But as you can see, it's contoured already, so they don't have to worry about it. They can just throw all the crates, all the boxes, everything in it, and just don't worry about anything, because when it gets to the aircraft, they know it's going to fit. don't know what time we're going to stay till tonight. Does it start getting dark about is it 8:30 now? Let's have a look. Is it 8:30? 9:30? I don't know, let's have a look. So sunset's 8:20 or 21 minutes past 8. So I'll so maybe here till maybe, I don't know, just before 9 o'clock, before it gets real dark. I'll see. But on Saturday I'm doing something really cool. Unfortunately I won't be able to stream it because I don't think streaming is going to be allowed, but you know, the Landor 747-400, the ex-BA one, was parked down at Dunsfold Aerodrome, you know, the old Top Gear test track. So on Saturday they've got an open day, and I'm going down on Saturday morning, get some video. Obviously it'll be up close as well, so the iPhone will be nice actually. I'll get some good shots with it. So yeah, gonna be going down there. They've got an open day. They're gonna have like vendors there selling all bits and stuff, you know, food places, and then at 12 o'clock we're booked to actually go on board. You know, I've been on quite a few BA-74s in my time, luckily enough, with my dad working for BA and my sister working for BA. Or she did. And yeah, so open day, really nice. Going to be busy, I'm sure. But yeah, 12 o'clock we've got a tour booked to go on it. So I'm going to take the equipment down, get some video. They're going to be having ex-crew, I believe, on the aircraft, and engineers. You can ask questions about the plane, and they'll be taking you on a tour, showing you like what's what on the aircraft. And I believe it's completely unmolested. It's as is. Everything's as it was from when it did its last revenue flight, and then got flown into Dunsfold Aerodrome. So that should be good. Long drive, about 3 hours from Birmingham. So obviously almost by Gatwick, isn't it? Dunsfold Aerodrome. It's just to the west of Gatwick Airport. So yeah, I'm going to try and get some video, get some outside video, to try and talk to a few people, get some insight in the engines and stuff like that. And then I'm going to put a video together, and I'll put that on the channel. So that should be quite good. It'd be nice to get back on a 7.4 again. Unfortunately not flying, but the next best. I think they do it every year. I think it's on all weekend, but we're doing it Saturday. It wasn't too bad as well. It was £20 for the open day, and that gets you onto the aerodrome to walk around the plane and do whatever, take pictures and speak to whoever's on the ground and see the vendors selling whatever they're selling and that. And it was like an extra, I think it was an extra £20 for the tour. I'm not sure how long it lasts, I can't remember. But we're booked in for 12 o'clock for our tour. So it should be good. Hopefully they'll take us up into the crew rest area as well. See if I can go take us into the cockpit, so I'll get some footage of that. I don't know how many people's going to be in our group walking around. Hopefully it's going to be, you know, they'll limit it to like 5 people, so we can have, you know, have quite an intimate little tour. Especially walking around a, you know, 7.4. It's a big aircraft, but when you've got 10 people in tow and you're trying to show them things and you're getting in each other's way, so hopefully they'll keep it to like a minimum. But there was time slots, like, I think there was time slots every like 15 minutes or so, if I remember. So there's going to be quite a few going on that day, so it should be good. Quite looking forward to it. I think it's City of Swansea, might have been. I'll have to have a check. GBNLY, I think the registration is. As I say, completely unmolested. It's not, nothing's been changed. Obviously, anybody been to the one at it's the Cotswolds, where they've literally tore it apart, put a dance floor in there, and a DJ thing in there and all that. Yeah, the outside looks great. Obviously inside they've obviously going to change it to you know, their needs to generate some revenue for it, and you know, it's a wedding venue now, I think. So that's pretty cool. Have your wedding reception there. But yeah, so look out for a video, maybe on Sunday. Showing that BA74. I'll do my best to try and get some in-depth video and get some questions. I'm going to try and make a bit of a list of some questions I can ask. If there's any questions anybody wants me to ask, if any of the old crew are on board, if you know, you always want to know something about a 7.4, the interior, the cockpit. I'm sure, I believe there's going to be engineers there. But obviously they'll have engineers there anyway because they've got to power the aircraft and that. There'll be engineers there. If anybody wants any questions asked, let me know. Put them in the chat, or send me an email. Send an email to the Aero TV email address, which is, bear with me. Remember what it is. I always want to get it right. It's Aero TV YT. So that's Aero TV YT Yankee Tango at gmail.com. If you've got any questions you want me to ask any of the crew, so I can get it on video, fire them over. And then if I get the chance and there's people there, I can ask. Oh, Nick, nice. Yeah, went to the Kemble one. Well, open weekend last month, went to Niga 7.4, was a great day. Yeah, nice. Nice. I haven't been on it since it's been parked. I've walked around it, which was nice to see it again. But never actually been on it yet. I probably will at some point. Yeah, because this Landor one's a long way away. 3 hours in the car, like I say. It's a right old mission, that, isn't it? Whereas, you know, Cotswolds, what, an hour down the motorway? Hour and 20 minutes. But nevertheless, it should be good. So, Mason, greetings from a wet, rainy West Lancashire. Hello, Mason. How you doing? Nice to see you. Again, thanks everyone for tuning in. Appreciate the support. We are waiting for some more DHL stuff to come in, which they're getting ever closer. Just safe for the Isle of Man for them 2 777s. We've got the 7.4 from ATC, Aerotrans, over the Alps at the moment. We've got the Aerologic 777 just north of Dortmund. So that's not really that far in the grand scheme of things. 777 doing like 397 knots at the moment. We'll get here in no time. We've got a 2E that's pinged up, which is taxiing out. There it is, which is going out to Heraklion, 737 MAX 8. And then the 2E, which is positioning down from Manchester, that's already up, and that's just north of Derby, so that'll be here shortly. Got the RVL Aviation Cessna Caravan as well. That's just in front of the DHL triple, the first one, approaching Liverpool Bay. Obviously slightly lower at 9,000 feet. Passenger wise, we've got a Ryanair inbound from Reyes, just on the north side of France at the moment. We get a Cessna Citation inbound from Berlin, which is over Rotterdam. And that's pretty much it, I think. for the time being, passenger wise. He's just making his way down to 27. Oh mate, yeah, yellow grass. Although it has rained, it's had thunderstorms and everything here this afternoon. So hopefully the rain, the grass has got some of that rain. It's going to start going green again. But yeah, it's terrible. There's such a shortage of rain. I think the whole country's desperate for some rain, aren't they?
Oh no, keep that, Mason. You can keep that at the moment, mate. After I've packed up, you can send as much as you want.
Right, so that 2E positioning from Manchester, that's on the arrival now. Not sure, but it sounds like some fast jets over the top. No. Oh, actually, no, it's not, is it? Oh, no, it's not. Just that rumble sound through the clouds. Is it that? Air Canada 330, yeah, probably. It sounded fast, well, it is fast, but yeah, it's that Air Canada. There's an Air Canada 330 going over the top. Oh, it's not, it's a 777, man, about. It's because I'm looking at the other one, I'm not looking at flight radar, I'm looking at the ADSB. And the picture's so small. Yeah, 777-300. Oh, it's sounding meaty. We'll clear off that one. So as I said, this yes, who's that? Shouting Aero TV out the car. Fair play. Love that. So as I said, this is the positioning 2E 737 in from Manchester. Oh, it's a shame it's cloudy. Got a BA A350-1000 over the top of me. Where's that going? Somewhere in America. It's not showing up on ADSB where it's going. Also got an A400. RAF A400 just off to the right of me. It's too cloudy. I'd have been able to get that, there was no cloud. Right, let's get off that again. Yeah, shout out whoever that was in the car. I just drove past. Oh, the BA is going to Phoenix. Okay. So just gone past Stoke-on-Trent is the Kalita 777, and the other one's just gone past Wrexham.
Just trying to level up the tripod because since I picked it up and moved it, it's all messed up. Yeah, Stoke is sandwiched between them two DHL triples. Hopefully it's got a little bit clearer over there. So they're coming in from the north. So when it gets a little bit closer, I don't know what the cloud level is, to be honest. Maybe I'll be able to see them when they're a bit further out. See if I can get them turning in, but we might not be able to because of the cloud. But we'll see. Yeah, nice zoomed in shot of that, so I can use it as part of the thumbnail later on when I get home. Leave it there like that. I'll just leave it there anyway. So they're still unloading it, so they've emptied the back lower, that's emptied. So they're still taking it out the main deck. So obviously they're starting to, or they will be starting to unload the lower front, as you can see. The split loader is on the aircraft. Because they've taken probably quite a lot out the main deck now, they can start removing stuff from the bottom, I think, without fear anything's going to happen to the aircraft tipping up or anything like that. So the first one's just over Derby. Oh, what's yeah, 8,600 feet. Yeah, he's definitely going to win the cloud. I ain't going to be able to see that at the moment, anyway. What's it at 8,000? So I've just been told to descend to 3,000. Yes, Tom. Oh, what are you saying? Jacob, how you doing, mate? Yes, mate, I got here. The rain has gone and I got here, so I'm hoping it's not going to rain. I'll be alright, boy, towards you. Tom, I say, you're mad, you are. I told you, it's never going to happen, Tom. It's never going to happen. I'll give you £2 back next week. Oh dear. How you doing, Jacob? How was your holiday, mate? I ain't seen you since, have I? Because I've been off. Right, so it's out there somewhere. Let's see if we can. Let me just go up a little bit. Get the lights out of the way. Right, 6,000 feet. Back out a little bit. Oh, there it is. You're not gonna. I think you're not gonna see it before it goes back in the cloud. There it is. There. Never likes the clouds, does it? This camera. Oh, there we go. Just behind the cloud there. Where is it? Where is it? It's gonna come out here somewhere. Hopefully. Just about to turn onto the localizer. So it's just in that cloud there, turning in now. It's in there somewhere. Right, it's on the localizer now. Yes, Brian. Cheers, Brian. Thank you. You trying to get me to sign up? It'll never happen. Right, where is it? I can't believe he's done that. You see me, Jay? At the bus stop giving out leaflets? Yeah, I will probably. I'll be the one giving you the 2 finger salute, mate, as I walk past. Right, where is it? It's going to break through the cloud. Is it just over 2,000 feet? Jay, can believe me, £2. Are you desperate for me to sign up, lads, or what? Oh, there it is. Got wheels down already? Yeah, wheels down already. First month covered. Yeah, after the first month, mate, I'll come out every day. Don't worry. Nearly a month's first payment. Oh dear. I'll just check the battery on that. That's fine. Let me just check the battery on that. That's fine. Still charging. Battery on that is fine. You were desperate. What's Brian? Oh my God, Brian, what are you doing? Oh, am I buying the Boots meal deals next week? Give you all your money back or what? Crazy. You got a month there, you don't want to hear anymore. Alright, we'll see. Absolute nutters. So remember the runway is still wet, so I'm hoping for. Oh, so not going to see it land, but once them reversers kick in.
Oh, no, 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 the wrong time. There we go.
Alright, come on, let's see it. Here we go. Come on. Oh, that was a real anticlimax. So this is the Kalita 777. Could have done with a little bit of rain, couldn't we? That would have been nice. Yeah, great bit of spray that. I was expecting loads, but never mind. Oh, look at that. Rocking the Health Logistics livery. Where are they going to park that? Oh, it's coming down the bottom right next to us. So it should do a right-hand turn. I'll just 4 returns. I'll just quickly show you. So they're set up ready. They're just doing a FOD check to make sure there's no FOD where the aircraft parks, picking anything up they find. Oh, it's going to go left, is it? Is it? Yeah. Okay. Unless they're parking the other one down here and this one a bit further up. Don't know. Alright, Tom, nice one, mate. Speak to you tomorrow. So I've just got the other 777 now on finals. This is a new one for us, I think. I've never seen this one before. So I'm just going to pan round, grab the X one. Is that one parking down the bottom? I think that might be parking down. Yeah, I think so. We'll see. Gosh. Nicely done. Any spray? Probably not. Not really. Great to see a couple of 777s within a few minutes of each other. I love this new 2 aircraft from Cincinnati these days. So this one should turn right. This is the one that's parking down closest to us. There we go. Oh, they're massive, aren't they, Richard? Massive. I think these are the G90-115s. They're £115,000 of torque, you know, between them. £115,000 of pressure, I should say. Well, thrust pressure between just one engine. Absolutely huge. Can never see how they say that an engine that's that size is similar to the fuselage of a 737. Which probably is, more than likely. Huge. Gotta be ready to get that thing off the ground. So there's the other one, parked at the end there. I don't know if you'll be able to see him. Is he there? There you go, so there's the marshal, look. The bat's up, so he's basically saying come straight, go straight. And then he'll leave one arm out and then he'll start turning the other arm and the aircraft starts, there you go. So now basically turn left. So the pilot is basically doing what he's being told by the marshaller. And then once he gets him straight on the line, he'll go back to 2 hands. There you go, so he's saying come straight, keep it straight. And any corrections you'll see. Probably looking good, there you go. Just like me and COVID, Jacob, yeah? And then obviously when he wants the aircraft to stop, see he's slowed himself down now with his, there you go, and then crossing hands over the top of the head is stop. So the aircraft's positioned in its parking spot. And then the lads will be ready. Well, lads and lasses, I should say. The ground crew, maybe it's better to say. Once the aircraft engines are shut down and the beacon goes off, which it has done, and the aircraft is it's safe to approach, and then they'll put all the cones out and the chocks out, and then somebody will do a walk round of the aircraft, a visual inspection, just to make sure the aircraft hasn't sustained any damage on the trip over, whether it hit a bird on takeoff or hit a bird on landing. So the chocks are going out, then they'll get the ground power, will come along. So they're probably pulling it there with one of the little tugs. And then the steps will go on the front. And then you got the split loader ready to go. So unload it. So big heavy chocks under the main gear. And then that's the steps to open the rear door. So there's the ground powers. Just to the right of the engine there, the white boxes have just been pulled round, and that are like basically just generators which provide electrical power to the aircraft, so that once it's on the ground you can shut off the APU, which we all know is a little jet engine in the back of the aircraft, right in the very back, which provides its own electrical power. They can turn that off and save fuel. So you can see them there. Big cables will come out the side of them units there. So you can't see it. They'll open a flap up, the electrical panel flap, and attach the two cables, and then they'll let the flight deck know by way of telling them or giving them the signal from the to the cockpit from standing outside the aircraft that the aircraft's got power, and then it'll turn the APU off. So the Aerologic 777, that's already approaching Southend on Sea. We've got the Aero Transcargo 74, just approaching Paris. Yeah, cheers Nick, no problem. So they're gonna, like I said with that 767 when it came in earlier on, they started unloading it for weight and balance purposes. They're gonna start by removing the cargo from the lower aft cargo compartment. So that includes the bulk, so the little door there with the belt loader on, that's the bulk compartment. You get quite a bit in there. So that's just all the loose parcels. And then obviously you can see the containers in the doorway of the cargo door there. They'll come out and that'll relieve some of the pressure on the aircraft for the weight in the back end. Obviously the beauty of a 777 is that the cargo doors on the back, the main cargo doors on the back. So when they start unloading that, you're automatically keeping in weight in the nose of the aircraft, because the nose of the aircraft is always the last. You know, the front of the aircraft's obviously always the last to be unloaded. But yeah, you never empty the front, the lower compartment. Same with 737s at Birmingham and Airbus 321s. It's, you know, you can tip them. I've seen a Wizz Air A321 at Birmingham with its tail probably about 4 foot off the floor, because it was being loaded. Everything was going in the back, if I remember rightly, and there was no rear steps on, so there was nobody boarding at the rear. So everybody was getting boarded from the front and obviously walking down, and obviously the aircraft got heavier and heavier at the back. And then what's called the shock absorber part on an airplane is called the oleo, the silver part, or the chrome looking thing is called the oleo. When you see the oleo start to extend, the more oleo that you see, you know that the front of the aircraft is lifting up. So when you're ever loading or unloading, you always got to keep an eye on the oleo to make sure that you don't see any movement in it. As soon as you start seeing more of that oleo, keep saying it, then you know that the aircraft's getting tail heavy. I know some cargo airlines, they've got like metal shackles on the floor embedded into the concrete, and they use chains and they hook it onto the nose gear to keep the nose on the floor. And also you've got tail stands as well. They don't really use them here at East Mids, but I know Lufthansa used to use them in Frankfurt. I've seen quite a few pictures of 747s with a tail stand. So basically it'll just be in the back of the aircraft. There'll be like a point where they'll put like a big metal pole, and it'll have legs at the bottom, and basically all it does is stop the aircraft from tipping up. Obviously nobody wants that. Right then, what have we got coming in? Let's have a look. We have got a Ryanair, the one from Reyes that we saw earlier on, which was inbound. That's now on the approach. It's Max 8200, this one. So these are Max 8200s, as they like to call them. If you ever noticed on a Max 8200, they've got another extra little door behind the wing and in front of the rear door, which has been put in because these Max 8200s have got 200 seats. So a standard 737, usually about 189. But these Max 8200s have got 200 seats. For obvious reasons, that's why they call them Max 8200. So they had to put these extra doors in either side to help in an emergency if the aircraft needed to be evacuated. So that was the requirement. So obviously that's the difference. So you got the Max 8 and then the Max 8200. I think Ryanair have only got Max 8200s. I don't know any other airline I've got the 200s. I may be wrong, but as far as I'm aware, I think it's probably got what? It's 189. Probably got an extra 3 rows? 2 rows. I'm not 100% sure whether it's got a toilet at the back. I've never been on a Max 8 200. They took the toilet out as well, which would help get another extra row of seats in. Or a couple of rows of seats. So we've got that little Cessna Citation as well, which we saw that was going to be inbound. That's on a approaching from Berlin. I think there's if I remember, let me just have a quick look over here. Yeah, I thought it was. The Aero Park's got an open evening, hasn't it, tonight? Open until about 9, half 9. I was going to go, to be honest with you, and see what I could... if they were on 09, I think I was going to go to the Aero Park. But being 27s, you don't really see much land. And taxi up until they come past all them trees. But yeah, the Aero Park's got an open evening on. I think it's the last one for the year. I think. So when a bit later on, when it gets a bit darker, they'll turn all the lights on the aeroplanes. Oh, for sure, Richard. It'd have standing if you could. Operated by, I think it's Celestia Air. Never heard of them before. Cessna Citation XLS Plus. 10 years old. I think it's registered in Czechoslovakia. There it goes. See what's happening down there. So 7.4 still where it is. It's not due out for another, what, 40 minutes maybe. Again, thanks everybody for watching. Appreciate the support. Thank you very, very much. Alright, where's the UPS? Let's have a look at that. Right, UPS is over Southern Ireland, just north of Shannon, I think it is. Yeah, Shannon. The DHL 767. is approaching Stornoway at the moment. That's coming in from Reykjavik. Not really much passenger stuff inbound. We have got a Ryanair coming from Alicante, which is sort of midway over France at the moment. That's going to be a while yet. Well, an hour, it says. Maybe. All the rest of the stuff we're probably not going to see because that's going to be back later on. The Aero Transcargo 74 is approaching the coast of France. So that's showing at 7:52. So in about 35 minutes or so, that'll be with us. But obviously it parks down the bottom end. So we'll see it land and then taxi off, and then it will taxi up to the far end. We usually get the 777 from Delhi, don't we? But that came in really early today. Whether they've changed the schedule on that, I think that was here at about 10:30 this morning, was it? Because I went on Flight Radar and to have a look what was going on, and I saw it already up, and it was due down. I'm sure it was about 10:30. So I don't know if they've, like I say, whether they've changed the schedule on that Delhi flight, or whether it's because it's Thursdays and Tuesdays when we usually come. And we always get the 777 from Delhi when we're here. So whether that's a permanent thing or they just changed the schedule for today, I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on that. So it would have been nice to get another triple and then the Aerologic as well. When we had them problems at Manchester last week, where we got up there and set up and everything, drove the hour and a half to get up there, and then we couldn't connect because of the software issues we were having. Me and Jack sort of sat there and thought, imagine if we'd have gone to Edinburgh, or we were planning an Edinburgh stream. Imagine if we'd have gone to Edinburgh, somewhere further than Manchester. And paid for hotels at Edinburgh and stuff like that, and then we couldn't stream because of the software problems. That would have been, we were lucky it happened at Manchester, to be honest with you. I'd rather it happened at Birmingham, but at least it's sorted now, hopefully.
Jessica, hello, good evening, how you doing? Got your exam results and I've not opened them yet. I am scared. Whoa, best of luck, Jessica. Hope you get the results that you wanted. I've had two kids that have been through that already, and my youngest, he's got a year to go. When he starts back in September, he's got a year for that. So this time next year, he'll be doing all that and then going to college or whatever. So I kind of know how you feel. Obviously, I went through it when I was younger, but there's a lot more pressure on the kids these days, isn't there? But yeah, good luck, Jessica. Hope it turns out okay for you. So the Aerologic is descending to 3,000 feet. Just passing to the right of Leicester. And where they're going to put that one? Let's have a look. Where they're setting up. Can't really tell at the moment. Possibly in the middle somewhere by the looks of it, but they haven't brought the steps out ready yet. I'll keep an eye out, see if I can see it turning in, because it's brightened up a little bit out there, as you can see. It's not too bad. So I'll keep an eye out. I think we're getting another heat wave, aren't we, in the forecast? Is that right, I'm being told? We've got another one coming? Another 30 odd degrees there. Oh, I've just seen it. It's going to go, where is it now? It's going to be over the... Just gone in that cloud there. There it is. Oh yes, look at that. That's nice. Skimming through them two clouds. That's beautiful, that. So Aerologic 777 in from Leipzig. I don't think we're going to see it turn in, are we? Is it going to go in the cloud? Here we go, down to 2,000 cleared on the RLS. Is it going to disappear in the clouds? Oh, yes. Oh, there we go. We're lucky. I thought that was a massive cloud then. Here we go. Look at that. Turning in. Love that. Tracking the localizer. Are we going to see wheels down, or is it going to disappear? I can't even see where it is out there now. I'm just looking on the camera. There we go, just turning in now. So that's localizer captured. Where's that out there now? I can't even see. We might be able to get the see the wheels coming down. Here we go, wheels down, love that. And the carriage doors back up. Six miles. Just been given cleared to land. It's got to try and it's trying to blend it all in because of the clouds. I'll leave it there like that. There you go. Oh no. There we go. It's a nice silhouette. Oh, that's going to go in the middle. So they're just putting the steps out now. That's going in the middle of the two triples. Oh, bang in the middle. Busy tonight, eh? 3 777s in a matter of what? Half an hour. I'm not going to get any spray our way again. I think it's all gone pretty much. Still an awesome shot, nonetheless. Turn right, are we, or are we going to go left? Nice. Going to turn towards us.
Cheers, Nick. Thanks. So just at ATC asking the pilot how the weather was on the inbound, or how the wind was, whether we're getting rocked about at all. Cracking shot with the East Mid Tower there. Very nice. So the 747 from ATC, Aero Cargo, that's past London, it's north of London already. So what, another 20 minutes maybe? Let's just check on the 7.4, that is down the bottom end. Scheduled for 8:10 is the One Air 747 going off to, is it Ezhou? Ezhou? I always absolutely tear it, don't I? Can never pronounce it properly. It might be right, it's correct, maybe, I don't know. Ezhou. Yeah, that's G Unit. Uniform November Echo Tango. Scheduled for 10:10. Hopefully he'll be on time. Be nice to catch us departing 7.4. The 767 DHL from excuse me, from Reykjavik is already over Scotland, just over the top of Ben Nevis actually. Very good.
The UPS 767 is over Wales already, just gone over the top of Valley, RF Valley, so that's not far away. The 757 DHL is already pinging up at Aberdeen. It's already actually taxiing out, so that's only what, half an hour, 40 minutes, if that. We've got a Maersk Air Cargo 767 pinging up at Belfast. That's actually already just been pushed back. So that's probably what, 40 minutes from Belfast, 35, 40 minutes in a 7.6. So we should be getting quite a nice little variety here shortly. Stephen, how you doing, mate? Just me today. Jack's at work. But nice to see you. Thanks everybody as well for tuning in. I do appreciate the support. It's very much appreciated. Hopefully we'll get some of these aircraft in before it gets too dark. The sun's not setting till about 20 past 8, and then it's not going to get probably dark till probably about 8:45, is it? Not 9 o'clock maybe? We'll see. But hopefully at least we'll see 2 7.4s today on the stream, which is nice. A trio of triples. An A300 that departed earlier on. That was nice to see. I haven't seen an A300 here for a little while, so I was quite happy to see that was parked here when I turned up. Syncman 172, thanks for subscribing, much appreciated. Yeah, we do East Mids quite a lot now. Try and get up here as much as I can. Obviously, as the nights start drawing in, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But over the summer, we've done East Mids quite a lot. This is one of our favourite airports to come to and stream at, because we love the big stuff. We love the triples, and especially when F1 charters are on, we get some of the other stuff like the Qatars we've seen, the Cargolux 7.4s. Some of the Atlas 7.4s as well, so we love coming here, and obviously it's only going to get better and bigger when they finally start doing the extension work on the cargo ramp here, and down the very end, down the bottom end. It's only going to get bigger. So no, it's great to be here. We never get let down by East Midlands. It's always a good show. But thank you for tuning in and watching. Thank you again for subscribing. Much appreciated. And I've said it a couple of times, if anybody's into fast jets or military stuff, did a little video yesterday at RAF Lakenheath and RAF Mildenhall. Well, we couldn't stream because of the software problems, but I put a little video together. It's about 10 minutes. So have a look on the channel, look in the video section. You'll see a little 10-minute video from them two yesterday, where we got to see some F-15s and F-35s in and out of Lakenheath. And we had some KC-135 Strato tankers, a couple inbound, and then we had one doing some circuits, and a C-130 and an Osprey. So a nice little variety yesterday afternoon at Mildenhall. So if you're into that, just it's only 10 minutes, have a look. Saw one of those Star Maersk 76 at Cotswold Airport that landed a week before for retirement. Oh yeah, I remember that. They sent it, didn't they? Kerry Construction, how you doing? Is it just cargo you stream, or are you showing the 1950? No, I'll show everything. It just happens so like Thursday evenings and Tuesday evenings is cargo night really. when we get a lot of stuff in. But no, anything that comes in and out, I'll show it. So if you got people inbound, have you? Inbound on the 1950 Ryanair, or going out? Sorry, should I say? Is that departing? Let's have a look. Departures. Would it be either the Palma or the Valencia? Because we've got both of them still to go out, so they're obviously delayed. But yeah, if it's here and it's departing or arriving, I'll get it on stream. Don't worry about that. They're not the 1925. Okay, yeah, mate. If it goes out, no problem. We'll catch that. Where's it going? Not 1925. So yeah, the Palma Mallorca. Yeah, mate. I'll definitely get that on stream. I've got the umbrella down as well, so I'll if you've got family on it, or if you're travelling on it as well, I'll spin round and I'll catch it going out as well on that left-hand turn. We've got some runners. They're doing the airport. I say doing the airport walk, but they're not doing the walk, are they? They're doing the run. Fair play. We've got quite a lot of runners. Few there, few there. I'm just breaking into sweat just watching that. I wonder where they started. And I wonder how long it'll take to run round. Because if you do the airport trail it's called, isn't it? Do the airport trail. I wonder how long it'll take you to run round there. Probably take me about 2 weeks. And that's somebody pushing me around in a wheelchair, because my knees wouldn't take that. Right, see if I keep an eye out for this 7.4. See if I can do the same for this 7.4 that I did with that Aerologic. Coming in on the same arrival. Into London on the, is it the Hemel 1 Alpha for East Mids? I know the Hemel 1 Bravo is Birmingham. I'm talking ATC arrivals now, what the planes, the lanes in the sky, shall I make it easier that the planes use. I think it's the Hemel 1 Alpha for East Mids. So just passing Leicester now. So give it another 5 minutes or so. We might get visual on it. Tell you what, I'll get it ready. Let me get it ready by the tower. Right. So bear with me there. As soon as I get a visual on it, I can zoom in. What's it at? It's at 7,000 feet right now. Should be able to spot it. We're just going to get the silhouette of it, aren't we? Oh, I thought I had it then. No, my eyes are deceiving me. Oh, it's still a little bit away out. Oh, where is it?
In theory, we should see, because it's taking the same track and the same arrival as the Aerologic. So I'm looking in the same sort of area. It's got to be visual any second now, I'd have thought. Nothing yet, folks. Where is it? Where's it on fly radar? Okay. Oh, we've got a helicopter around over there somewhere. Just give them a bit of information. There's a 7-4 just south of them. Oh, where is it? It might just be in that cloud. But it's going to be turning on in a second, so it's got to be. I think it might have skirted just behind them little clouds. It's over here somewhere. Oh, that's got it, isn't it? I thought better see. There are a few clouds out there, so it's obviously just been hiding behind them. He's turning onto the localizer now. Is it out there anywhere? So I think it's probably going to be up here more than anything. I think just these clouds here have hit it on the inbound. Yeah, it's on the localizer right now, so it's in line the runway. Oh, that's a shame. Just wait for the lights, I guess. It's only there. Here it is. Oh, I've got wheels down already. Just going a little pitter patter of rain. Hopefully it'll bugger off. Oops. So we might leave it there. Absolutely beautiful sight, that. Look. Is there a better sight in aviation than that? Oh, there we go, landing lights. Nice. I think I might need to put the umbrella up when this lands. Gosh, let me get this up here. Right, just bear with me, I'm just going to move this into the... in there, alright. Under the umbrella, bear with. How you doing, all right? I suppose you're right in weather like this. What? I suppose you're right in weather like this. Don't blame you. Nah, live streaming. Yeah. I was hoping the round was going to hold off. It's been pretty bad here today, hasn't it? Yeah. But unfortunately not, but... Alright mate, see you in a bit. Be careful out there. I'd go down on your bum if I was you. Wonder what that's got on it. Yeah, I would probably say, Richard, that has got your AliExpress, Temu, all that stuff from China. Trying to get things under the umbrella. Oh, where's the cloth out? Give me a sec. Do we get any rain on them? Just get rid of the rain. Any spats on the lens. Yeah, it could be refuel or crew change. Oh, sorry folks. Just trying to get everything under the umbrella best I can. There we go, back to that. So we should see, oh, zoom in a bit back. So the other one's still parked up. The one that's going to Ejao. So let's have a look. Martin, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Blue Boy, how you doing? Agile, hello. Yeah, 36 years old, that, eh? It's been around the world a few times, isn't it? Right, I think now we should be having the UPS. Let's have a look. Oh, the Ryanair to Parma, that has, I think that's being pushed back as we speak. We've got the 2E to Parma as well, being pushed back, so they're going to race each other. And we've got the UPS 767 from Philadelphia. That's on the approach now. Well, the rain is stopping, so I'll move it back out in a minute. Yeah, full of them squidges, yeah. Another fad the kids will be into, where there's like 600 different ones. I'm too busy looking at something.
Come on. Need to get a filter for this lens. Doesn't like the lights, does it? Doesn't like the lights. Doesn't like the gloomy grey sky. Gosh, see the wing flex on that as it landed. All that weight just. The wings taking a sigh of relief. Just watching what that 7.4's doing. Are they waiting for the other one to push back? I wonder. I don't know, possibly. Can't have many 747 stands down there, can they? Probably got a couple. Right, so that's the 2E. The 2E Palmer. Just taxiing out. And the Ryanair one will be taxiing out shortly. It's still there. UPS has been told to hold a little bit further down there. They're still unloading these triples. Oh, I'll just change the battery in that. So there's the Ryanair Palmer. That's just started to taxi. Alright, a little bit of congestion down there, eh? What are they waiting for then? I would have said they were waiting for the One Air 7.4 to push back. Maybe they are. Well, looking at.
giving way to the Ryanair, isn't he? Right, yeah, bear with me. Let me just move the tripod back out from underneath the therewith. From underneath the umbrella. And I can put that back down. Don't need that anymore, for hopefully, again. We'll see. Just waiting to see the 7.4 ping up. Let's have a look. Sorry, just going for the chat. Missed a lot of that. Graham Russell, hello, good evening. First time viewer, getting some great video. Thank you very much, Graham. Much appreciated. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate the support. Thank you. So it can only fit 3 747s. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate that. I wasn't 100% sure what could fit down there. Ah, yeah, that would probably be about right. Gets stops and gets towed in. Yep. Martin, nice one. Great to have you with us. Appreciate that. Right, got you, Sam. Thank you. Thanks for the information, guys. Appreciate that. And hello and welcome to anybody that's new to the channel. Much appreciated. We do East Mids, well, we have done East Mids quite a bit over the last few months. We like to make East Mids one of our regular. Right, so there's the Ryanair Palmer just taxiing down. We've got the TUI Palmer now next. Well, first I should say. Start the left-hand turn any second. There we go. And off it goes to Palmer, and hot on the heels of that, well, there would be, but he's holding for an arrival. Bernard Richmonds, hello to you, good evening, thanks for tuning in. So we've got, oh, this could be, is this a training flight? I saw this take off earlier on today. Went up to Prestwick, did it do circuits at Prestwick, I wonder? They usually use 100 Tango, don't they, for some of the, I know it's a circuit work here it is, but this is 6970, so Ryanair 6970 from Prestwick. So unless it's been up there to do some base training, possibly. So I've got another inbound as well behind that. Another Ryanair, this time in from Alicante. So if anybody that's new to the channel, I can say hello and welcome. If you've never seen East Midlands before, we have a decent variety. This is the DHL cargo ramp. Got 3 777s in at the moment, and a 767 down the far left hand side. These 3 triples, the 2 yellow ones in from Cincinnati, the Aerologic in the middle was in from Leipzig. They all came in within, what, 30 minutes, 35 minutes of each other. Then we had the 767 over there, came in from New York, one on the very end. And this one's operated by Kalita Air for DHL. Right, so this is the Ryanair Alicante, then I'm sure the Ryanair going out to Palma is going to be lining up once this touches down. Keep it there, so watch the nose of that Ryanair. Right, let me have a quick look at where the other stuff is that we're expecting. We've got the 767 from Reykjavik, DHL. That'll be here in the next 5 minutes or so. It's very close. We've got the DHL 757 down from Aberdeen. That's just north of Bradford at the moment. We've got the 767 from Maersk Air Cargo, which is over from Belfast, which is just over Stoke-on-Trent. So that, again, that's not very far away. We've got a FedEx 737 and a DHL, another 767 DHL from Belfast. So another 767 there. They're just taxiing at Belfast right now. Oh, there you go. The ATC's now been pulled onto the ramp. ATC 74. We are still expecting the One Air 74 to depart to Ezhou, or Ezhou, however you want to call it. That is a little bit late departing. Oh, only a few minutes actually. 8:10 I think it was scheduled for. Right, this is the Ryanair off to Palma. Start to the left-hand turn. Here we go. There it goes. Oh, in the clouds already. So what's going on down there? Just keep an eye out for that yellow and blue and white tail of that 7.4 down the far end. That's got to be going very soon. Just waiting for it to ping up. So that DHL 767 from Reykjavik is on finals. Hi Deb, nice to see you. How you doing? James, hello, nice to see you as well. (8:26) departure. Cheers, Sam. Thanks for the update. Oh, so not very far away. We were 10 minutes. I want to try and catch it before the light goes. Not much spray, is there? We did have a tiny little rainstorm. What, 15 minutes ago or so? 20 minutes ago. So the little widget on the bottom of the screen that you can see, giving the information of the aircraft, it's a little bit delayed. It's about 10 or 15 seconds behind. But it's not too bad. Just gives us some basic information about the aircraft. Another really lovely 767 here. Right, where are they going to park this one? Probably looking to see if we've got any steps or anything set out for it. Can't see anything, so it might go next to that 767 that's parked up down the end. Got some right tails down there, don't we? Look at that lot down there. Nice variety. Amit, hello, good evening. Another first time viewer. Well, thank you for tuning in. Much appreciated. A massive good evening to everybody as well that's watching. Appreciate the support. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, East Mids is one of our favourite airports to go to because basically the variety, the cargo stuff, you know, it doesn't let you down. Tuesdays and Thursday nights is usually great for cargo. When we turned up today, it was around about 4:20. We just had a DHL A300 in. I was already on the ground and there was nothing else here that I knew of, DHL wise, and we've slowly seen the aircraft turn up. Like I said, we've had 3 777s turn up within a matter of 35-40 minutes of each other. And that, we saw that A300 depart, I think it went to Stuttgart, wasn't it, earlier on. Oh, so they're going to park it. I was seeing an unusual livery on the 777 that's in the picture right now. Is operated by Kalita Air with their health logistics livery. First time on the channel for us, that one. Never seen that one before. Let me see what time everything else is coming in. We've got the 767 of Maersk. That'll be turning on to approach very shortly. We've got a positioning TUI 737 up from Gatwick. That's on the approach right now. And just see the lights. The DHL 757. Absolutely love a 757. Probably one of my, apart from the 777, the 75 is probably one of my favourite aircraft of all time. That's down from Aberdeen. Just north of, northeast of Stoke-on-Trent, so that's not very far away. We've got the DHL 767, another one up from Belfast, that's already inbound. That'll be here at 9 o'clock. So I'm hoping it'll stay a little bit lighter for maybe another 25 minutes, half an hour. We've got another 767 pinging up at Edinburgh, another Maersk Air Cargo. Star Air 76, not sure we'll be able to see that one or not. Starting to fill up, look. Steve Carter, good evening, how you doing? I might have to switch it into here we go. Switch it into night mode and see if that helps with the lights. Going a little bit more. I'll just look away from it, not right at it. That usually helps. So next in is the Maersk Air Cargo 767 from Belfast. That one. See if that helps with the lights. Alright, so this 767 that's just touching down now, this Maersk Air Cargo, this is 37 and a half years old, this one. This has been round the block many times. And it's been through many airlines to end up where it is today. So it started its life out, if anyone's old enough to remember like me, Britannia Airways. Oh, that's going back a bit, isn't it? So it started its life out in 1989 with Britannia Airways. Flying everybody to Spain and all the bucket and spade places. And in 94 it went to TACA. Is that a South American airline? TACA? TACA? Possibly. Back to Britannia in 95. Then went to Air Europa in 96. XL Airways in 2001. Then Nigeria Airways in 2002. Back to XL, 2002 again. Air Atlanta Europe, 2003. Then back to XL in 2003 again. So obviously just a short lease with a couple of airlines. And then Star Air Freight, got hold of it in 2005. And in 2022 it was Maersk Air, and then now Maersk Air Cargo UK. Since last year. It was converted to a freighter in 2005, so obviously it flew the passengers around from 1989 to 2005, and then it was converted to a freighter. So really great old 767 there. A lot of history to that one. Right, nice one. Thanks, Sam, for that update. Now this 757, let's just turn on to the approach. So this one started its life with British Airways. And it's had the same registration since it was made and delivered to British Airways back in 1989 as well. So another 37.5-year-old aircraft. So ferrying the passengers around for BA. And it went to Caledonian Airways in 1989. And then back to BA in 1990. To finish off its life with BA. Passenger-wise, I should say.
And it was converted to a 757 freighter with DHL in 2002. And in 2010, it was flying for Tasman Cargo Airlines. Tasman, that's Australia way, isn't it? And then it came back to DHL Air in 2011. So another great aircraft with a load of good history. Still flying. Still working hard. You could have, Steve, yeah. 100%. Right, what's that just touched down? Is it a little, a little Cessna, private owner, little Cessna. So this is the lights that you can see out there are the 757. So James is asking, when and where do you stream? So, we stream at Birmingham, but we haven't done Birmingham for a while. East Midlands, we do a lot here. Heathrow, Manchester, we do Manchester a lot. We've done Edinburgh. Yeah, that's it. Well, we're based in Birmingham, so I'm from Birmingham. So East Mid's not that far away, about 35, 40 minutes in the car. And for what you get here, with all the cargo stuff, it's great. But yeah, we do. So obviously, I stream in between my days at work. So I work 3 on and 3 off. So I do my very, very best to do a stream on my 3 days off. But luckily, I've been off for a couple of weeks from work. We had some major software issues at Manchester last week, where we couldn't connect to YouTube whatsoever. We found out that the software we were using was faulty. Had to contact the company that made the software, who sent me a patch this morning. So I've patched the software, and that's why we're able to stream tonight. I've all this time off work and I can't even stream. I was gutted. So thankfully it's all worked out and we're back to normal. Touch wood. But yeah, normally, so I'm not back into work till next week. I think I'm back into work next Wednesday. So I'll try and do a couple more, try and do another stream or another couple more streams before I go back to work. And then it's basically waiting for me to be on a day off where I can get out and stream. There's usually 2 of us. Well, Jack was working tonight, so he couldn't come out with me. Else he'd have been here anyway. Hello Sue Brown, how you doing? Nice to see you. Again, a very good evening to everybody watching. Appreciate the support. So One Air's got, oh come on, before the gets really dark, the One Air's pushing. At least get that departing at least before I finish up tonight. But look at this, absolutely amazing, beautiful 757 about to touch down. DHL from Aberdeen. This is I think this is a every night service, this one. A little bit of glow there. I just don't want to zoom in too much because you're not really going to see nothing with the landing lights anyway, but yeah, no problem, James. It's been a really good night, to be honest with you. A really good night. Right till the Formula 1 kicks off in Azerbaijan. It's probably going to be the next place where they're going to have to start flying out, because they've been around Europe, haven't they, the last month or so. When the F1 kicks off, when we get some of these races abroad, like in America and places like that, we've had Cargolux 74s, Atlas 74s, Qatar 777s. So I'm looking forward to sort of September. I'm not sure when it is in September, when they're in Azerbaijan. We might even get a Silkway 774 or 777 in here. We'll see. Yeah, these nights are drawing in now. It's rubbish. I hate it. It's not that dark, really, to be honest here, but it's coming. Is it coming through on the stream? And it's really dark now. I might switch it back once this gets on stand. I think I'm going to switch it back to the other setting. So I'm not sure if it's making it worse. Actually, I might just. Is that better? I don't know. See if that's better. Yeah, it's a little bit, isn't it? Yeah, that's better. That's a better setting. Got it in night mode for a reason. It's making it worse. Yeah, it did, didn't it, James? So it's starting to fill up nicely now. Look at this lot. Not sure if any of these triples are due out. No idea. Let's have a look, see what's going on down the bottom end. Let's see what's going on with the 1Air. Oh, there it is. There is the back end of the beast. Slick Nick, how you doing? Yeah, it's always great, and especially the little viewing sort of area you've got here at the end of 09 on the bank. Such a great little spot. So we'll be seeing this, hopefully get this 1Air out quickly. Hey Ian, how you doing? Nice to see you. Let me see what else we've got coming inbound, because if I'll hopefully get this 7.4 going out. We've got the 767 and the 737 of FedEx coming in as well from Belfast. I'm definitely not going to be able to see the one from Edinburgh, the other 76. That's going to be really dark, I think, by then. But I might probably just have to call it after this 747 goes, depending on how dark it gets. They're not that far away, to be honest with you, the other DHL and the FedEx. They're not that far. I'll see how we go. It's not going to rain anyway. I might just get all my gear laid out on the floor ready to put away. I've got all the cases and stuff, so I can just get it away quick. Let's have a little quick look at the old DHR ramp. Show everybody what's what. So there's the 767 from New York. Then we've got the Kalita Air DHL that came in from Cincinnati. Then we got the 767 that came in from Reykjavik. And we've just had the 757 in from Aberdeen. Look at that, absolutely beautiful. Hope to see it flying for many more years to come, although she's getting on a bit. Then we had the Aerologic in from Leipzig. Look at that beast. And then we also had the DHL Air. It is the DHL Air, isn't it? Yeah, it's DHLM, I think it is. That came from Cincinnati as well. There was literally two 777s took off from Cincinnati within about 10 minutes of each other, and they followed themselves all the way over. And then the Aerologic came in just after them too. So within about 35 minutes, we had the three triples. Shame we haven't got an A330 in. That'd have been nice, wouldn't it? I've seen the DHL 330s in here as well. Well, let's see what's going on down there. I'm not going to zoom in too much because it gets a bit grainy, doesn't it, I think. But let's have a look. Again, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks to everybody that subscribed to the channel. Let's have a quick check. Whoa, yeah, quite a few people have subscribed to the channel. That's awesome. Thanks ever so much for that. And thank you to everybody that's hit the thumbs up button on the stream as well. Always helps with the algorithms for YouTube, so thank you. Support's very much appreciated. Like I say, anybody that's into military, you like your military stuff, have a look on the channel. Yesterday I went to RAF Mildenhall and Lakenheath. Did a video only. I put a video together basically because we couldn't stream because of the software problems. It's about 10 minutes, so go to the video section. You can see some F-15 and F-35 action from Lakenheath and some KC-135 Stratotanker, C-130 and some Osprey action at Mildenhall. That was from yesterday. So if you've got 10 minutes to spare and you like your military stuff, you like your fast jets, got some decent footage, although with an iPhone through a fence, it was okay. Some decent footage of them taking off and then landing literally over the top of us as they came back from their training sortie at Lakenheath. Thank you, Steve, very much appreciated. And it's nice to see that we've got a few new viewers. The algorithms are working. So we've been going now probably just over 2 years, to be honest with you, I think it is now. Relatively new compared to some of the other aviation YouTubers out there. Like I say, we are based at Birmingham. I work at Birmingham Airport myself. So I have a little bit of inside information about what goes on the ramp and the procedures and stuff, which I like to try and put out there whenever I see a pushback here or whatever, or whenever we go and I see something happening. I like to try and let the viewers know what's going on through my own experience of working in ground ops in Birmingham. Oh, come on. This is going to be hard to spot, this, isn't it? No, well, not hard to spot, but still got a tiny little bit of light. Come on, call for taxi. See, it's struggling now with the lights, isn't it? There we go. Let's see if I can zoom in. Oh, I think he just picked up a slot now. He had 3 minutes to get him on the runway and airborne because of his air traffic control slot. I don't know why it's pulsating. So, whether they're gonna... Here we are. So it's picked up a slot now of 27 minutes past 9. So, unless that slot approves, that 7.4 is not going to move anywhere for the time being. Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to taxi and get airborne in 3 minutes. So they've put a ready message in. I'm a mod on a Birmingham channel. All right, Steve. Okay, nice. There's 2 people that I know that stream at Birmingham regular. Yeah, we do stream at Birmingham, but we haven't done it for a while. Oh, okay. So, right, so they are ready for taxi. They just got to wait for the slot to come forward. So if anybody doesn't know, air traffic control slot, we know them as CTOTs, which is the calculated takeoff time. So it basically means somewhere down route, in their flight plan, they may have some weather, or there may be too many aircraft going to be getting into that particular area at any one time. It's mainly down to weather, I think. So they have to hold off. So they put a slot on them, an air traffic control slot. So if you've ever been on holiday and you're waiting to push back and you're waiting and waiting and waiting, it's usually down to an air traffic control slot, especially in the summer. Summer months are horrendous. We get slots at Birmingham of like hours. So you're all loaded, you're all boarded, and you've got to wait 2 hours before you can push. Sometimes the slot can be longer than the actual flight time. But I'd say 7 times out of 10, the slot can be cancelled or can be brought forward. Just got clearance. Okay, I heard something on the radio, but we're not really going to see a lot of this, are we? Just some lights hurtling down the runway. This will probably, if it's moving now, this will probably have to be my last flight, I think. The last one to capture. Oh yeah, Heathrow's another beast, isn't it? Heathrow. It's like we go to Heathrow every now and then because it's it's a couple of hour drive, isn't it really? We go to Myrtle Avenue, and Heathrow's just another beast. Just constant, especially in the mornings. We like 2-7 left in the mornings. We like to go down Myrtle Avenue, and it's just one after another, and it's all like in that space of like a few hours in the morning when they're all coming over from the States and stuff. It's just 777 after 777 after A350 after 767, 777-200, 777-300. It's just constant. You can never be bored of Heathrow. Oh yeah, here we go. Just made the turn. And then taxi down. I think I'll probably better. This will probably be the last aircraft for me tonight, I think. We don't really stream in the dark. We haven't really done streams in the dark, so I need to look at the settings on the camera just to get familiar with what I can. But the lights don't help. I need to sit down and have a look at the settings or chat GPT the settings. That's probably the best thing to do. So, but yeah, we're usually packed up by now. But obviously, this time a month ago, it was still blazing sun. We weren't getting dark till nearly 10 o'clock, was it? Over? Oh, where is it? Let me get it on flight radar. Yeah, so I'm not enjoying these drawn-in nights now. Has it got to the runway yet? No, it's still taxiing down.
let me get all my bits and bobs ready to be packed away. Oops, I'll just move that now. Let me undo that. Here we go, clear for takeoff. Well, I'm sure it's on the bottom of the runway now. I'm just trying to make myself a little bit easier. Right, no, it's not. There it is down the bottom. It's not on the runway just yet, so it'll give me a little bit more time to sort myself out. Oh, let me put that down quick. Well, here we go. Not what they're going to see a lot, but zoom in. I think it's going to be lost in the darkness, isn't it? Ah! You can see the light anyway. Should start doing this left-hand turn. There you go. Just follow the light. See if I can. Is it going to catch it? Not really. Nah, it doesn't like it, does it? Oh, damn. 20 minutes earlier, that would have been just right, just before it got really dark. Right, okay, folks. That's it from me. Thank you to everybody that subscribed to the channel. Hello and welcome to everybody that's new to the channel. Appreciate your support. Thanks for being here with me this evening. I've had such a great afternoon. Such a great variety. So it's 274, let's tick it off. So to 2.747s, we've had the UPS 76, we've had a Merc 76, we've had a DHL 75, 3 DHL triples, we've had DHL 767, DHL A300, the various Jet 2s, TUIs, Ryanair 737, Maxes and NGs, and the sort, the police Victor. I should say some King Airs. So yeah, a nice variety here again at East Midlands. Done us proud again. Thanks everybody again for tuning in and staying with me. Appreciate all support. Thank you for the stream likes. Thanks for the subs. Have a great rest of the evening, whatever you're doing. Hopefully, I'll be back maybe. I might try Sunday.
I'm out Saturday down at where is it? Dunfold Aerodrome for the Landor 747 experience. So hopefully you're going to get some good video of that, and I'll put a nice video together for that Landor 747. And you get a bit of a tour going around at 12 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, so that'll be really, really good. Looking forward to that. So there'll be a video hopefully out on Sunday, but hopefully I'll start streaming again on Sunday. Well, that'll hopefully be the next one. I may come up here, I'll see, who knows. I might go somewhere else. But thanks again, appreciate the support, thanks for being with me. Have a great rest of the evening, whatever you're doing again. And take care, and I'll see you all on the next one. Bye for now. Oh, and thanks to the mods as well for helping the chat tonight. Appreciate the support. Thanks very much.